The hour of 12 noon having arrived, the House will come to order. Members, please take your seats. Sergeants at arms, please close the doors of the House. Prayer today will be offered by our colleague, Representative Hohenstein. Immediately after prayer, we will recite the Pledge of Allegiance. Members and guests, please rise as able.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. As you know, Pennsylvania was founded by the Religious Society of Friends, the Quakers, and the Speaker is kind enough to allow me to have us pray in the manner of Friends, which is silent worship. And the one thing I will say before we settle into silence is we Quakers seek to listen to that of God within us. And I also always try to practice listening to that of God in all of the other people that I interact with in my work and in my life. So we will sit in silence for a longer time period than most of you are comfortable with. And then when I rise and shake hands with the Speaker, that will be when we will close prayer.
I pledge allegiance Sergeant at Arms will open the doors of the House. Members and guests, please take your seats. Without objection, the approval of the Journal from Wednesday, June 3rd, 2026 will be postponed until printed. We have some special guests to acknowledge. Colleagues, we have some special guests to acknowledge. Colleagues, Chair requests the gentleman from the Lehigh to speak to his colleagues. Thank you. Colleagues, we have some very special guests that have joined us for session today. We're going to start today in the gallery and work our way to the left of the rostrums, where we have some very distinguished students that will be performing in this chamber in a few minutes. If the chair can have your attention for the duration, the chair thanks the colleagues. Our colleague that serves Bucks County, Representative Marcel, has some special guests in the gallery. We have the first place winners for the Ought to Be a Law contest. We are so excited to welcome a fourth grader from Jameson, Ryan Weisensall, whose law is to require remediation of lead pipes in schools to improve drinking water. Thank you, Ryan. Congratulations. We have Adeline Martin, who is a fifth grader at Our Lady of Good Counsel. Adeline's entry is a law to prohibit negative election ads about other candidates. Very good idea. We have Richboro Elementary's fifth grader, Ronald Linick. Colleagues, fifth grader Ronald Linick, who attends Richboro Elementary School. His entry, a law blocking third-party apps from stealing, using, and sharing private user information. Ryan, where are you? Thank you. Congratulations. And finally, Rep. Marcel has the fifth grader from St. Catherine Drexel, and Amelia Curry, her submission was a law to require EpiPens be a mandatory component of AED kits. Excellent idea. Thank you, students, for your participation. Our colleague who serves Chester County, Representative Schusterman, has her legislative district office interns in the gallery. We have Sophie Gill, a student from the University of Pittsburgh, who's studying philosophy, politics, Swahili, French. We also have a Dickinson College student, Christopher Marcel, who attends Dickinson College, where he is studying political science and ethics. And we also have students from Phoenixville. We have Aiden Charnley, an 11th grader. We have Shrihan Sivaraman, an 11th grader at Conestoga. And we have Rep. Schusterman's district office communication coordinator, Gabriello Yana, who's here as well. These guests from Chester County, the students who are working this summer, and those high school students shadowing, welcome to the floor of the House. Our colleague who serves Monroe County, Representative Probst, has Erin DeRosa, who's here from her district office. Erin, thank you for your hard work back home in Monroe. Welcome. Our colleague, Representative Kutz, who serves as Neighbors Nearby in Cumberland County, has Kat Booth in the gallery today. Kat, welcome to the floor of the House. Representative Rivera, who serves her neighbors in Lancaster, has Maya Escudero, a graduate of McCaskey High School, who is a student now at George Washington University. Maya is a legislative intern. Maya, where are you? Thank you for the work you'll do this summer. Welcome. Our colleague who serves as neighbors in Blair County, Representative Barger, has a special guest in the gallery. Christian Trion is here. Christian just graduated from Claysburg Kimmel High School and looks forward to going to St. Francis to study political science. Welcome. So glad to have you. Our colleague who serves as neighbors in Bucks County, Representative Hogan, has Joyce Zhao in the gallery, along with Amy Hartman, who are from the district. And we also have his legislative intern, Ariana Saprisi. Welcome to the floor of the House. Representative McNeil, who serves her neighbors in the Lehigh, has Idalisa Aquino, her constituent service advisor from the office, and Aaliyah Mulligan, her legislative intern, who's a student at Elizabethtown. And we also have Lillian Fairs, an intern from Moravian University. We appreciate the good work you will do in Whitehall. Welcome to the floor of the House. Our colleague who serves Allegheny County has a special guest in the back of the House. This afternoon, we have the advocates from the Pittsburgh Action Against Rape. They are here to advocate for Pennsylvania's 47 rape crisis centers. We're excited to have Sadie Restivo, the executive director, along with advocates who are here, Angela Campbell, Maria Gardner, Alicia Rothosky, Amy Matthew, Katie Bloom, and youth advocates from Clarion, Jefferson, Clearfield, and the chair saw this morning the head of Philadelphia's Women Organized Against Rape, Lakeisha Anthony, and her team. Thank you all for what you do for so many of us. Welcome to the floor of the House. Also in the back of the House today, we are thrilled to have, for the first time, the Pennsylvania House Legislative Fellows and the House Archives Summer 2026 semester students. We appreciate those students spending the summer here, and we acknowledge Nicole Brunner from the Office of the Chief Clerk, who runs the program. We have, and you can stand when I say your name, and we will celebrate all of you collectively at the end. Michael Ash, who is a law student at Rutgers Law and working for the Chief Counsel's Office. We have Abigail Bergson Conklin, who's a student from Case Western studying econ and politics on the House Health Committee. We have William Butler, a recent grad from York College who studied intelligence analysis. He's on the Veterans Affairs Committee. We have Emily Campbell, a student getting her DNP in leadership and administration from Penn State. She is serving on the Policy and Legislative Services Office. We have Alex Dash, who is a student at University of Penn, studying history and political science. He's on the local government committee. We have Teresa Feast, a Huntington University student studying agribusiness ministry and missions, along with feed yard beef quality assurance. She is on the Agriculture and Rural Affairs Committee. We have Joel Smith, a student from Dickinson College, who's on the Aging and Older Adult Services Committee. And we have Jordan Wilson, who's getting his master's in public administration from Westchester University, who is on the House Education Committee. And the House Archives internship includes the student Maya Giles, who is a senior at Dickinson College studying art history, medieval, and early modern studies. These students will be with us in the Capitol all summer, and we look forward to learning from them, along with working alongside of them. Thank you for spending your summer here. Welcome. Our colleague who serves Montgomery County, Representative Briggs, has on the left of the speaker's rostrum special members of the Valley Forge Park Alliance. We have Molly Duffy, Executive Director, Rose Fennell, the Superintendent, Scott Sibley, a board member, Larry Light, another board member, Adam Gressick, the Director of Visitor and Community Engagement, and they are joined in the gallery by Dominic DeLuzio. Thank you all for what you do. Please stand. We appreciate all your hard work in preserving history right here in the Commonwealth. Colleagues, this afternoon, we are so excited to have some very talented young performers getting ready to perform here in our chamber. This is a group that is celebrating 1776. This initiative was brought together to bring the history of our American Revolution for life to modern day audiences. The group was founded by our former Pennsylvania Governor, Ed Rendell. The partners for this initiative, Celebrate 1776, include Temple University, Comcast, NBC Universal, the City of Philadelphia, the School District of Philadelphia, and the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania. I know you all are as excited as I am to celebrate our big birthday this year, our semi-quincentennial, and that wasn't in the script. We're thrilled to have 5 guests that are part of the larger cast of the play 1776, the musical. First, I'll introduce the cast, and soon they will be coming forward to perform. We have in the role of Abigail Adams, Chloe Chow from Philadelphia High School of Creating and Performing Arts. You can stand. We'll applaud for them all in a moment. We have playing Dr. Benjamin Franklin, who was once at this microphone, well, a different location. Jaden Duveen, who is a student from Linfest Mastery Charter. We have John Adams, who's going to be played by Kaid Jackson from the Philadelphia High School of Creating and Performing Arts. We have John Rutledge of South Carolina, who's going to be played by Owen Green, who is graduating Wednesday from the Philadelphia High School for the Creating and Performing Arts. We also have John Dickinson, who will be played by Mason Daly. Oh, you're the one graduating, forgive me, on Wednesday. John is going to be graduating from the Philadelphia High School for Creative and Performing Arts. We also have the executive producer for Celebrating 1776, Karen Corbin. We have Dr. Philip Brown, who's also an executive producer. We have Dr. Jay Fluellen, who's from the Philadelphia High School for Creative and Performing Arts, the music director. We have Melody Moore, the on-site production manager. We have Toby McIntosh, the director of marketing and the preparation for performance today. Started in April, and the students were able to be a part of many auditions, and there will be 15 performances scheduled this summer, starting on June 24th, and we look forward to seeing a small snippet of their great talent here today, and we applaud them for taking an interest in not only the arts, but the great history of our nation. Let's give them a warm Pennsylvania House of Representatives welcome. The chair grants permission to Kara Jeffers with Erie News to take videography without audio for the duration of the Celebrating 1776 performance. At this time, the chair recognizes Philip Brown to read a message from former Pennsylvania Governor Ed Rendell, to be followed by the performance, and we welcome Celebrating 1776.
Thank you, Speaker McClinton. Dear friends, as we approach America's 250th birthday, I wanted to share the vision behind Celebrating 1776 and why I felt compelled to create this initiative. Our nation was born in a summer of extraordinary courage, debate, and compromise. The signing of the Declaration of Independence was not only a historic moment in Philadelphia, it was an act that continues to define who we are and what we strive to become. Yet, too many young Americans today are distant from that story and the principles it represents. Celebrating 1776 was founded to change that by bringing history to life through education and the performing arts. In partnership with Temple University, Comcast, NBC Universal, the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania, the School District of Philadelphia, and the City of Philadelphia, we are proud to launch a unique summer production of 1776, the musical, at the Philadelphia High School for the Creative and Performing Arts. This initiative is about more than a performance. It is about engaging over 100 high school students in a living classroom where they can explore the ideals of freedom, democracy, and the difficult but necessary art of compromise. Through their work, they will help thousands of audiences better understand the founding of our nation. As I often say, when we understand where we came from, we are better prepared to shape where we are going. My hope is that this program inspires a new generation to participate fully in our democracy. Together we honor 1776 and its legacy. Sincerely, Edward G. Rendell. And with that, I present to you 1776.
Sergeants at Arms, please close the doors of the House.
Welcome, everyone, to the humid, sweltering summer of Philadelphia in 1776. I am Edward Rutledge, representing South Carolina. Today, we will be meeting Dr. Benjamin Franklin and John Dickinson of Pennsylvania, as well as Abigail Adams and John Adams of Massachusetts. John has his opinions and may be suffering a bit from the heat.
Well now, you've got your way at last, Mr. Adams. The matter may now be discussed. I confess I'm almost relieved. There's a question that I've been fairly itching to ask you. Why?
Why what, Mr. Dickinson?
Why independence, Mr. Adams?
Well, for the obvious reason that our continued association with Great Britain has grown intolerable.
To whom, Mr. Adams? To you? Then I suggest you sever your ties immediately. But please be kind to leave the rest of us where we are. Personally, I have no objections to being part of the greatest empire on earth, enjoying its protection and sharing its benefits.
Benefits? What benefits? Crippling taxes, cruel repressions, abolished rights?
Is that all England means to you, sir? Is that all the affection and pride you can muster for the nation that bore you? For the noblest, most civilized nation on the face of this planet? Would you have us forsake Hastings and Magna Carta, Strongbow and Lionheart, Drake and Marlborough, Tudors, Stuarts, and Plantagenets? For what? Tell me for what? For you, sir? Some men are patriots, like General Washington. Some are anarchists, like Mr. Paine. Some even are internationalists, like Dr. Franklin. But you, sir, you are merely an agitator, disturbing the peace, creating disorder, endangering the public welfare. And for what? Your petty little personal complaints. Your taxes are too high. Well, sir, so are mine. Come, Mr. Adams. If you have grievances, and I'm sure you have, our present system must provide a gentler means of redressing them short of revolution. That's what he wants. Nothing short of it will satisfy him. Violence, rebellion, treason. Tell me, sir, are these the acts of Englishmen?
Not English, Dickinson. Americans.
No, sir, Englishmen.
Please, Dickinson, but must you start yelling? How is a man to sleep?
Forgive me, Dr. Franklin, but must you start speaking? How is a man to stay awake? We'll promise to be quiet, sir. I'm sure that everyone prefers that you remain asleep.
Well, if I'm to hear myself called an Englishman, then I assure you I'd prefer that I'd remain asleep.
What's so terrible about being called an Englishman? The English don't seem to mind.
Nor would I were I given the full rights of an Englishman. But to give me those rights without that honor is like to call an ox a bull. He's grateful for the honor, but he'd much rather have restored what's rightfully his.
And when did you first notice they were missing, sir? Fortunately, Dr. Franklin, the people of these colonies maintain a much higher regard for their mother country.
Higher certainly than she feels for them. Never was such a valuable possession so stupidly and recklessly managed in this entire continent by the British Crown. Our industry discouraged, our resources pillaged, and worst of all, our very character stifled. We're a new race, rougher, simpler, more violent, more enterprising, less refined. We're a new nationality, Mr. Dickinson. We require a new nation.
That may be your opinion, Dr. Franklin, but as I've said, the people feel quite differently.
What do you know about the people, Dickinson? You don't speak for the people. You represent only yourself. And that precious status quo you keep imploring the people to preserve for their own good is nothing more than the eternal preservation of your own property.
Mr. Adams, you have an annoying talent for making such delightful words as property sound quite distasteful. What in heaven's name is wrong with property? Perhaps you've forgotten that many of us first came to these shores in order to secure the rights to property, rights which we hold no less dear than the rights that you speak of.
So safe, so fat, so comfortable in Pennsylvania.
And what is this independence of yours except the private grievance of Massachusetts? Why is it always Boston that breaks the king's peace? My dear Congress, you must not adopt this evil measure. It is the work of the devil. Leave it where it belongs, in New England. For it may bear Virginia's name, but it reeks of Adams, Adams, and more Adams. Look at him, ready to lead this entire continent down the fiery path to total destruction.
Why can't you acknowledge what already exists? It's been more than a year since Colin put in Lexington. We're at war right now.
You may be at war, Boston and John Adams, but you will never speak for Pennsylvania.
We were more than competent with spirit. I tell you, there's a spirit out there with the people that's sadly lacking in this Congress.
Why? Now, yes, of course, it's spirit. Why didn't I think of that? No arms, no ammunition, no army, no navy, no treasury, no friends, but bless our soul. Spirit. Dr. Franklin, why do you insist on joining this incendiary little man, this Boston radical, this agitator, this demagogue, this madman?
Are you calling me a madman? You rebel!
Easy, John, easy.
You and your Pennsylvania proprietors, you cool, considerate men, you keep to the rear of every issue so that if we should go under, you'll still remain afloat.
Are you calling me a coward?
Yes, coward!
Madman!
Spartacus!
John seems to be having the time of it, is he not? I have little sympathy. Perhaps his wife can console him.
I'm very lonely, Abigail.
Are you, John? And as long as you were sending for wives, why didn't you send for your own?
Oh, don't be unreasonable, Abigail.
Now I'm unreasonable? You must add that to your list.
List? What list?
The catalog of my faults you included in your last letter.
Oh, they were fondly intended, madam.
That I played cards badly,
A compliment.
that my posture is crooked,
An endearment.
that I read and write and think too much,
An irony?
that I'm pigeon-toed.
Ah, well, there you have me, Abby. You are pigeon. Oh, come to Philadelphia, Abigail. Please come.
Thank you, John. I do want to. but I'm afraid it's not possible now. The children have the measles.
Yes, so you wrote Tom and little Abby.
Only now it's Quincy and Charles. And it appears the farm here in Braintree is failing, John. The chickens and the geese have all died, and the apples never survived the late frost. How do you suppose she managed to get away?
The winters are soft in Virginia, madam,
And their women?
fit for Virginians, but pale, puny things besides New England girls.
John, I thank you for that.
How goes it with you, Abigail?
Not well, John. Not at all well. I live like a nun in a cloister, solitary celibate, I hate it. And you, John?
I live like a monk in an abbey, ditto, ditto, I hate it.
Write to me with sentimental effusion. Let me revel in romantic illusion.
Do you still smell of vanilla and spring air? Is my favorite lover's pillow still firm and fair?
What was there, John, still is there, John. Come soon as you can to my cloister. I've forgotten the feel of your hand.
Soon, madam, we shall walk in Cupid's grove together, and I'll fondly survey that promised land. Till then, I am as I ever was and ever shall be. Yours, 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 yours.
The chair thanks Celebrating 1776. Thank you for coming here and thank you for that tremendous performance. The chair invites the members of the cast up to receive house citations. Thank you. Are there requests for leaves of absence? The chair recognizes the majority whip, who indicates there are none. The chair recognizes the minority whip, who indicates there are none. The chair is about to take the master roll call. Members will proceed to vote. Have all the members voted? Have all the members voted? Sergeants can open the doors of the House. Clerk will record the vote. 201 members having voted on the master roll call. A quorum is present. The chair recognizes Representative Conklin, Chair of the Committee on Commerce, who reports the following bills. House Bill 2207, reported as committed. Will the House agree the bill is agreed to? House Bill 2388, reported as amended. Will the House agree the bill is agreed to? The chair recognizes Representative Conklin, Chair of the Committee on Commerce, who reports the following resolution. H.R. 536, reported as committed. Will the House agree the report is agreed to? Chair recognizes Representative Nielsen, Chair of the Committee on Transportation, who reports the following bills. House Bill 1967, reported as committed. Will the House agree the bill is agreed to? House Bill 2214, reported as amended. Will the House agree the bill is agreed to? House Bill 2437, reported as committed. Will the House agree that the bill is agreed to? The chair recognizes Representative Vitale, Chair of the Committee on Environmental and Natural Resource Protection, who reports the following bills. House Bill 84, reported as committed. Will the House agree the bill is agreed to? House Bill 426, reported as committed. Will the House agree the bill is agreed to? House Bill 1567, reported as committed. Will the House agree the bill is agreed to? The chair recognizes Representative Briggs, Chair of the Committee on Judiciary, who reports the following bills. House Bill 1585, reported as amended. Will the House agree the bill is agreed to? House Bill 1913, reported as committed. Will the House agree the bill is agreed to? House Bill 2244, reported as amended. Will the House agree the bill is agreed to? House Bill 2245, reported as committed. Will the House agree the bill is agreed to? House Bill 2299, reported as committed. Will the House agree the bill is agreed to? House Bill 2392, reported as amended. Will the House agree the bill is agreed to? House Bill 2462, reported as committed. Will the House agree the bill is agreed to? The chair recognizes Representative Briggs, Chair of the Committee on Judiciary, who reports the following resolutions. House Resolution 519, reported as committed. Will the House agree the report is agreed to? House Resolution 547, reported as committed. Will the House agree the report is agreed to? The chair referred the following bills, which the clerk will now read.
Referrals, June 3rd, 2026. Senate Bill 1236 to Environmental and Natural Resource Protection, Senate Bill 1279 and Senate Bill 1281 to Housing and Community Development, House Bill 2599, Senate Bill 1235 and Senate Bill 1259 Judiciary, Senate Bill 1287 to Local Government, House Bill 2598 and 2600 to Transportation. Referrals, June 4th, 2026. House Bill 2597 to Commerce, House Bill 2596 to Consumer Protection Technology and Utilities, and House Bill 2602 to Education. Referrals, June 5th, 2026. House Bill 2601 to Children and Youth, House Bill 2603 to Communications and Technology, House Bill 2610 to Finance, House Bill 2605 to Health, House Resolution 551 to Intergovernmental Affairs and Operations, House Bill 2604, House Bill 2606, House Bill 2607, and House Bill 2608 to State Government, House Resolution 552, House Resolution 553, and House Resolution 554 to Tourism, Recreation, and Economic Development, and House Bill 2609 to Transportation. Referrals, June 8th, 2026. House Resolution 558 to Intergovernmental Affairs and Operations, House Bill 2611 to Judiciary, House Resolution 556 to State Government, and House Resolution 557 to Tourism, Recreation, and Economic Development.
The chair recognizes the good gentleman from Beaver County, Representative Matsey, Majority Caucus Chair, for a caucus announcement.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. House Democrats will caucus at 1:30 p.m. 1:30 p.m. We will be prepared to return to the floor at 2:30 p.m. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The chair recognizes the good lady from Philadelphia County, Representative White, the Minority Caucus Chair, for a caucus announcement.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. House Republicans will also be caucusing at 1:30 and plan to return to the floor at 2:30. Again, House Republicans will caucus at 1:30. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Chair thanks the gentlelady. Chair recognizes the gentleman from the Lehigh, Representative Schlossberg, for a committee announcement.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, there will be an immediate meeting of the House Rules Committee in the Majority Caucus Room upon the break.
Chair thanks the gentleman. Chair recognizes the good gentleman from Lackawanna County for a committee announcement. Representative Mullins.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. The Appropriations Committee will meet immediately following the Rules Committee meeting in the Majority Caucus Room. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Chair thanks the gentleman. The House will stand in recess until 2:30 p.m. unless sooner recalled by the Speaker.
The hour of 2:30 having arrived, the House will come to order. Chair recognizes Representative Jordan Harris, Chair of the Committee on Appropriations, who reports the following bills. House Bill 916, re-reported as committed. Will the House agree to the report? Agreed to. House Bill 2145, re-reported as committed. Will the House agree to the report? Agreed to. House Bill 2266, re-reported as committed. Will the House agree to the report? Agreed to. House Bill 2300, re-reported as committed. Will the House agree to the report? Agreed to. House Bill 2449, re-reported as committed. Will the House agree to the report? Agreed to. House Bill 2469, re-reported as committed. Will the House agree to the report? Agreed to. The chair recognizes Representative Bradford, Chair of the Committee on Rules, who reports the following bill. House Bill 1678, re-reported as committed. Will the House agree to the report? Agreed to. Chair recognizes Representative Madden, Chair of the Committee on Aging and Older Adult Services, who reports the following bill. House Bill 1611, reported as committed. Will the House agree to the bill? Agreed to. The chair recognizes Representative Madden, Chair of the Committee on Aging and Older Adult Services, who reports the following resolution. H.R. 540, reported as committed. Will the House agree to the report? Agreed to. Chair refers following bills, which clerk will read.
Referrals, June 8, 2026. House Bill 2461 to Education and House Resolution 559 to Veterans Affairs and Emergency Preparedness.
Chair recognizes the Majority Leader, who calls up House Resolution 443, printers number 3017, on page 7 of today's House calendar. The clerk will read a summary of the resolution.
A resolution recognizing the month of May 2026 as Mental Health Awareness Month in Pennsylvania, introduced by Representative Cepeda Freites.
Will the House agree to the resolution? On that question, the chair recognizes the prime sponsor of the legislation, gentlelady from Berks, Representative Cepeda Freites.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today in support of House Resolution 443, recognizing May 2026 as Mental Health Awareness Month in Pennsylvania. Mental health does not discriminate. It impacts our children, our veterans, our seniors, our first responders, our teachers, our co-workers, our neighbors, and yes, even the people who smile the biggest in public while struggling quietly in private. And the truth is, too many people are suffering in silence because they are afraid of judgment, of stigma, or simply because they cannot access the help they need. We talk a lot in this chamber about workforce shortages, public safety, education outcomes, addiction, homelessness, and violence prevention. Mental health is connected to every single one of those conversations. If we want healthier communities, stronger families, and safer neighborhoods, then we must take mental health seriously. This resolution matters because awareness leads to conversations. Conversations lead to understanding, and understanding can save lives. I want to emphasize that asking for help is not a weakness, it is a strength. As legislators, community leaders, employers, educators, parents, and neighbors, we all have a role to play in creating a culture where people feel seen, supported, and safe enough to seek help. Because people should not have to hit rock bottom before they receive compassion. Today, we recognize Mental Health Awareness Month, but our commitment to mental health must extend far beyond 1 month on the calendar. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Chair thanks the gentlelady. Those in favor of the resolution will vote aye. Those opposed, no. Members will proceed to vote. Have all the members voted? Have all the members voted? Clerk will record the vote on the resolution. The ayes are 197, the nays 4. The resolution is adopted. Chair recognizes the Majority Leader who calls up House Resolution 480, printer's number 3168 on page 9 of today's House calendar. The clerk will read a summary of the resolution.
A resolution designating July 15, 2026 as Court-Appointed Special Advocates Day in Pennsylvania, introduced by Representative McNeil.
Will the House agree to the resolution? Those in favor of the resolution will vote aye. Those opposed, no. Members will proceed to vote. All the members voted. Clerk will record the vote on the resolution. The ayes are 198, the nays 3. The resolution is adopted. The chair recognizes the Majority Leader who calls up House Resolution 488, printer's number 3244 on page 9 of today's House calendar. The clerk will read a summary of the resolution.
A resolution designating July 4th, 2026 as Valley Forge National Historical Park Day in Pennsylvania in celebration of the 50th anniversary of Valley Forge National Historical Park, introduced by Representative Briggs.
Will the House agree to the resolution on that question? The chair recognizes the gentleman from Montgomery, Representative Briggs.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to discuss a little bit House Resolution 488, introduced by myself and my colleagues that represent part of Valley Forge National Historical Park, Representative Schusterman, Representative Webster, and our nearby friend, Representative Daley. We all should know the history of Valley Forge. During the third winter encampment of the Revolutionary War, General Washington, as the mural of the painting in the back depicts, made Valley Forge the fourth largest city, essentially, in all of the colonies. Over 12,000 soldiers encamped there the winter of 1777 into 1778. 6 months trained, drilled. General Baron von Steuben led the troops. Some call it the birthplace of the modern American Army, was at Valley Forge. So the history is well documented in this 6 or 7 page resolution that we've drafted. But what was interesting is the history of it as a park. Started in the late 1800s. Anna Holstein, who was from my community, Upper Merion, well before I was there, advocated to the state to preserve what was becoming farmland and open space and industrial into recognizing the 100 years before the activities there. So Anna Holstein led the charge to make it a park. They petitioned the federal government to take it, and they did not. Governor Pattison at the time, in the late 1880s, preserved it into what made the first state park, was Valley Forge. So for 100 or so years, it was a state park. As Montgomery County and Chester County continued to grow, there was some concerns about the development of the surrounding areas that Representative Schusterman and I have. That was starting to encroach on the park. So leaders in 1975 came together and passed a resolution to give the state park at the time to the federal government. What we're celebrating today with Valley Forge National Historical Park Day being July 4th is the 50th anniversary of the federal signing. President Ford came to Valley Forge Park during the bicentennial celebrations and signed that federal act creating the national park. Now, unfortunately, a little bit earlier, we were joined by the superintendent of the park, Rose Fennell, Adam Gresnick, who is a great educator with the park, and 3 of the members of the Friends, Larry Light, who was actually a staffer during that time in the mid-70s, Sarah Charles, and Molly Duffy. Unfortunately, because of some timing of withdrawing an unrelated amendment, they couldn't be joining us today. But I hope that you can all join me and recognize this historicness of the 50th anniversary of the park, separate from what happened in the 1700s, which should be celebrated anyway. We'll do that next year. But It is a great community. We just call it the park in our community. I encourage you all to come and visit us anytime. It really is preserved and conserved based on the historicness of the encampment. So all members, I encourage a yes vote on House Resolution 488. Thank you.
Chair thanks you, gentlemen. Those in favor of the resolution vote aye. Those opposed, no. Members will proceed to vote. Have all the members voted? Clerk will record the vote on the resolution. The ayes are 200, the nays 1. The resolution is adopted. Chair recognizes the Majority Leader who calls up House Bill 37, printers number 3191 on page 3 of today's House calendar. The clerk will read a summary of the bill.
This bill allows the County Board of Elections to meet 7 days prior to Election Day to pre-canvass all ballots received.
Will the House agree to the bill? Agreed to. Chair recognizes the Majority Leader who calls up House Bill 836, printers number 3187 on page 1 of today's House calendar. Clerk will read a summary of the bill.
This bill preserves access to fertility treatments.
Will the House agree to the bill? Agreed to. Chair recognizes the Majority Leader who calls up House Bill 2305, printers number 3202 on page 1 of today's House calendar. The clerk will read a summary of the bill.
This bill creates a temporary sales and use tax exemption for new charities.
Will the House agree to the bill? Agreed to. Chair recognizes the Majority Leader who calls up House Bill 2336, printers number 3110 on page 4 of today's House calendar. Clerk will read a summary of the bill.
This bill requires PennDOT to include at least one question on the written driving test regarding how to drive safely in a work zone and provides for other work zone education requirements.
Will the House agree to the bill? Agreed to. Chair recognizes the Majority Leader who calls up House Bill 497, printers number 0486 on page 3 of today's House calendar. The clerk will read a summary of the bill.
This bill amends the PA election code by stopping foreign interference in elections.
Will the House agree to the bill? Representative Marcel offers amendment A03454. Will the House agree to the amendment? On that question, the chair recognizes Representative Marcel. Chair recognizes the Chair recognizes Minority Leader, Representative Topper.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise to offer my support for Amendment A03454 and ask that the body would support this amendment to expand the bill's definition of foreign investor to encompass individuals and groups with ties to the anti-Semitic movements to target Israel for divestment or to support the activities of Hamas and Hezbollah. And since the brutal attacks of October 7, 2023, we have seen substantial organized foreign influence in American politics on the part of international domestic groups with ties to anti-Semitic, anti-Israel ideologies and terrorist activities. And we believe that this amendment is an important component to this bill. So I would ask for its support. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Chair thanks, gentlemen. On the question, Chair recognizes gentleman from Allegheny, Representative Venkat.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise to make a motion. I'm waiting for them to recognize me.
Mike.
Gentleman is in order. May proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move to table Amendment A03454.
Representative Venkat moves that Amendment A03454 be laid on the table. On that question, members are reminded that the motion to lay on the table is debatable by only the leaders, the maker of the motion, the maker of the amendment under consideration, and the prime sponsor of the bill under consideration. On the motion, the chair recognizes Representative Venkat.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I do not believe that this amendment is germane to the topic of this legislation and should be laid on the table.
Chair thanks the gentleman. On the question, chair recognizes the gentleman from Bedford, the minority leader, Representative Topper.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This amendment is absolutely germane to the underlying bill. We are expanding the definition to include money that we do not want to see influencing the elections in the United States of America. Groups that are tied to terrorist organizations that have committed atrocities in the Middle East should certainly be included in the foreign actors that we want to keep out of investing in our elections. And we have to at the very least, be able to debate such an amendment on the House floor. I strongly oppose the motion to table. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Chair thanks the gentleman. On the question, chair recognizes the gentleman from Montgomery, the majority leader, Representative Bradford.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As someone who stands squarely with our allies in the Middle East who fight these terror organizations, I recognize that they should be dealt with at the federal level. And while this is nice and performative, it is woefully inadequate for the times we're living in. There are real discussions to be had about the influence of foreign actors and foreign corporations in our elections, and I ask that we support this motion to table.
Chair thanks the gentleman. Those in favor of the motion to table will vote aye. Those opposed, nay. Members will proceed to vote. Have all the members voted? Have all the members voted? Clerk will record the vote. The ayes are 101, the nays 100, the majority having voted in the affirmative. The amendment is laid on the table. Will the House agree to the bill? Agreed to. Chair recognizes the majority leader who calls up House Bill 1678, printers number 2050, on page 1 of supplemental calendar A. The clerk will read a summary of the bill.
This bill modernizes Pennsylvania's tax code by extending the existing gross receipts tax to digital ad revenue.
Will the House agree to the bill? Representative Samuelson offers Amendment A03444. Will the House agree to the amendment? On that question, the chair recognizes Representative Samuelson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This General Assembly for years has sought ways to bring property tax relief to our seniors. The property tax rent rebate was first established in 1972 and has been expanded several times since then. It now provides rebates on property taxes or rent to about 513,000 people in Pennsylvania. Your offices and mine help hundreds and thousands of seniors apply. 3 years ago, we expanded eligibility to raise income limits and provide larger maximum rebates. In fact, this year, individuals with a net income up to $48,110 can apply for a property tax rent rebate. House Bill 1678, the bill in chief, applies the existing gross receipts tax in Pennsylvania to digital ad revenue. Revenue that's being collected by some of the largest corporations in the United States. This gross receipts tax dates back to the 1860s. It was codified in 1971. But in 1971, none of us anticipated that we'd be all carrying cell phones and we'd be getting digital ads hour by hour, day by day. In fact, the amount of digital ad revenue based on digital ads that are targeted to Pennsylvanians is over $11 billion a year. Applying the 5% gross receipts tax to digital ad revenue could be resulting in revenue to the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania of more than $500 million a year. This is a large and growing number. Digital ad revenue around the United States grew 13% last year, 14% the year before, and a 5-year projection shows that it's going to keep growing. My amendment applies the proceeds from applying the digital ad revenue. I'm sorry, my amendment applies the revenue collected from the gross receipts tax by applying the gross receipts tax to digital ad revenue to property tax relief to homeowners who are over 65 or who live with someone over 65. This would provide significant property tax relief to our senior citizens, and it would be funded by a source of revenue that is significant and growing in the years to come. I urge a yes vote on Amendment 3444.
Chair thanks the gentleman. On the question, Chair recognizes the gentleman from Carbon, Representative Heffley.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Would the maker of the amendment stand for interrogation?
Gentleman agrees, and the gentleman may proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This amendment is based on Chapter 3 of the Taxpayer Relief Act. Is that correct?
Yes.
So, according to that chapter of law, these dollars could only be allocated to 8 school districts in the Commonwealth. Do you know what 8 school districts would receive those dollars?
Gentleman will suspend. The gentleman should only ask questions that he does not know the answer to.
I don't know the answer. I don't know the answer.
The gentleman may proceed. You did give a number, therefore there was the assumption that you did know. We'll allow you to proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. So, according to the Act, these dollars would be specifically allocated for a certain type of relief. So according to what we heard, there's 8 school districts that would apply. Do we know what 8 school districts they are?
Thank you. This amendment would apply to providing a rebate to any taxpayer in Pennsylvania across 500 school districts, taxpayers, property tax owners who are over the age of 65 or live with someone who over the age of 65.
Mr. Speaker, I'm done with interrogation. I'd like to comment on the amendment.
Gentleman's in order, may proceed.
Mr. Speaker, I don't think there's too many people that have stood up and spoke about property tax relief as much as myself and a handful of others. And I would love to see this $500 million go to senior citizens for property tax relief across this Commonwealth. However, this amendment doesn't direct the money to say property tax relief, but more towards the income tax. Because of the way the amendment is drafted, it doesn't accomplish what the maker of the amendment is trying to accomplish. So you're going to have 8 school districts in this Commonwealth receive a windfall of $500 million in tax relief for their seniors. I would love to work on an amendment that would actually take these dollars, any dollars, and apply them. I do say, as the leader had commented earlier about being performative, I do think that this amendment could be performative, and I would much rather see substantive property tax relief for every single homeowner in this Commonwealth. And we have many opportunities in this legislative session to do just that. Unfortunately, they all seem to fail by one vote. So as we move forward, whether I support this amendment or not, if we want to take this money, let's direct it to homeowners and property taxes, not 8 school districts for income tax relief. Mr. Speaker, I don't think this amendment's going to get us to where we want to go. And I'm all about property tax relief. So I don't know what we're trying to accomplish with this by directing $500 million to 8 school districts. Meanwhile, you have every other homeowner, every other senior citizen that doesn't live in those 8 school districts not receiving a dime of it. They're going to get their tax bill, and they're not going to see any relief. So I don't think I can support this to direct $500 million to 8 school districts. It was poorly written, poorly drafted, and I would love to work on an amendment that would actually accomplish the goal. And I'll work with anybody on either side of the aisle to drive down property taxes for senior citizens, because it's the #1 thing I hear about. So for this amendment, it's fallen way too short to provide any relief for any senior citizens from property taxes. Thank you.
Chair thanks you, gentlemen. On the question, Chair recognizes the Majority Leader, the gentleman from Montgomery, Representative Bradford.
Thank you, Speaker. If you vote against this amendment, you're voting to make it harder for people to stay in their homes. They're not my words. They're the gentleman who just spoke before on June 1st of this month. If you vote against this amendment, you're voting to make it harder for people to stay in their homes. The gentleman is right. This room often speaks about property tax relief, but courage, it's really rare when it comes to the revenue source to offset that property tax relief. Well, today, the richest fat cats, not in this country, but in the world, who own these data centers and try to buy our elections, these individuals will begin to pay their fair share, beginning with our seniors and with this property tax cut. Not in a performative way, as the gentleman suggests, but in a real way. 500 school districts will get that relief, and you're going to get an opportunity to vote on that today and again tomorrow. Do you believe that they should pay? And are you willing to vote for the revenue to offset that property tax relief? The gentleman's not wrong. He talks about property tax relief. He's going to get an opportunity to vote on it today and again tomorrow. I look forward to seeing the vote. Thank you, Speaker.
Chair thanks you, gentlemen. On the question, Chair recognizes the Minority Leader. Gentleman from Bedford, Representative Topper.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I too support property tax relief and tax relief in general. Since I came into the legislature, I've been talking about the only way we can really reduce the size and scope of government is to give more money back to the people who earn it in the first place. I believe that this amendment is not what the gentleman thinks it is. I do think we have an actual issue with the language. That being said, even if it is giving money back to seniors in 8 school districts, I will be a yes, because I think people should have more of their own money back in their pockets to spend it. And as we come into this budget season, we will be brought these challenges and these ideas of who can best spend the money that is earned back home. We don't get any of our money in government from a bake sale on the Capitol steps. Everything we get at every level of government is coming from people who work for it in the first place, or in this case, folks who have worked for it and are retired and on fixed incomes. I will be voting for this amendment, A03444, and encourage my colleagues to do the same. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Chair thanks you, gentlemen. Chair recognizes for the second time the gentleman from Carbon, Representative Heffley.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Yeah, and I'll vote for it. I don't have any problem with that. However, it's going to fall short on delivering because only 8 schools approved the referendum under the Act 1 in 2006. So only those 8 schools, because of how this amendment was misdrafted, will get that. I would like to see every school district, because in Carbon County, my district, I don't know that, and nobody seems to know who those 8 schools are. None of those dollars are going to come back to my folks. None of those dollars are going to come back to the majority of people in this room because of how this amendment was drafted. Once again, I go back to, could it be performative? Why wasn't it drafted in a way that would have given these dollars to every school district, to every senior citizen, instead of 8 that approved this referendum? So we can talk all we want about whether or not this amendment's going to pass or fail, or whether you're going to vote for it, so you can run back to your district and say you did something, but you didn't do anything. Performative. People want substantive property tax relief, not performances on this House floor. Only 8 school districts are going to get this $500 million. Hey, great for them. But what about everybody else? If this was real, if it was substantive, it would have been drafted properly in a way that every district would have received those dollars. Vote however you want on it. You can vote for it and go back and say you did something, but when the people are sitting there paying their tax bill and they don't receive those dollars and they call your office, what are you going to tell them? Oh, I had the opportunity to maybe fix this bill. Maybe we could re-amend it tomorrow with a late filed amendment and fix it, but it needs to get fixed. If we're estimating $500 million in the underlying bill, then let's make sure it goes to everybody. But the way this is drafted, I don't think it's going to happen. Let's do substantive measures. Let's do real tax relief on this House floor. Thank you.
Chair thanks you, gentlemen. On the question, Chair recognizes the Majority Leader, gentleman from Montgomery, Representative Bradford.
Thank you, Speaker, and I apologize for speaking twice. But I want to assure you that when I speak on both occasions and both times, I'm going to speak in favor of property tax relief. I'm not going to be against it before I'm for it. Now, on 7 occasions, this body has seen fit to cut property taxes, has cut taxes in the last 3 years. The earned income tax credit, the corporate net income tax, the net operating loss, the largest expansion of property tax relief in this Commonwealth, and most recently, the child and dependent care tax credit. And much like my good friend, the Minority Speaker, Democrats and Republicans came together to pass progressive tax cuts. And again, we're going to do progressive taxation again today. We're going to make sure that the biggest fat cats in the world pay their fair share. Those who want to shoehorn in data centers in your backyard, those who are putting it to the little guy, well, you have an opportunity to make sure that revenue goes to help our seniors. I look forward to the gentleman consistently supporting property tax relief. I suggest we vote yes on this amendment. The gentleman raises some technical concerns. We're going to address those for you. And then tomorrow, you're going to get another opportunity to vote in favor of property tax relief for 500 school districts and our senior citizens. Thank you, Speaker.
Chair thanks you, gentlemen. Those in favor of the amendment will vote aye. Those opposed, no. Members will proceed to vote. Have all the members voted? Have all the members voted? Clerk will record the vote on the amendment. The ayes are 201, the nays 0. The amendment is agreed to. Representative Kephart offers amendment A03443. Will the House agree to the amendment? On that question, the chair recognizes Representative Kephart.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to offer my amendment to cut taxes in Pennsylvania. My bill will cut costs to consumers and allow for some relief to their budgets. With rising costs, it is important to let people keep more of their money. Whenever you look at your phone bill, you will see that there is a PA gross receipts tax charge. This bill will eliminate that tax. A similar bill was offered by the gentleman from Philadelphia before, and the reality is, in my situation and many others, Verizon doesn't pay that tax. Everyday people do. A tax on electricity would also be eliminated. That's what this amendment does. And if, like I said, you don't have to take my word for it. You can open your phone bills right up and see that Verizon doesn't pay the tax, but you do. So that's what this amendment would do, is eliminate the gross receipts tax in Pennsylvania. Thank you.
Chair thanks, gentlemen. On the question, chair recognizes Representative Samuelson.
Thank you. I appreciate the effort of the Representative Kephart, but I oppose this amendment. We have to take a look at what it does by wiping out the entire gross receipts tax, which is currently about $1.3 billion, and the $500 million we just talked about. You would eliminate the property tax relief you just voted for 2 minutes ago. The source of revenue for the property tax relief for all 500 school districts is the digital ad revenue being applied to the gross receipts tax. This amendment would wipe that entire effort out, including the property tax relief. I urge a no vote.
Chair thanks, gentlemen. On the question, chair recognizes the minority leader, gentleman from Bedford, Representative Topper.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. So this is one of those taxes that people see in their everyday bill. I want to highlight something that the gentleman who has offered this amendment said. We talk a lot, and when we've heard today, about taxing the fat cats and taxing corporations. But when those costs get passed down, who pays it? Who pays the tax? The end user. The people right now who are struggling to ensure that they can pay all these bills every month. And we do believe that this is a real-world policy example of where we can provide them that relief. And where we can cut taxes from other parts of the budget, we can do that as well. Whether it's from this particular $500 million, I'm sure if you talk to all four caucuses, they can come up with $500 million to cut. It just comes down to which $500 million. And those are the difficult conversations. But I believe now is the time to act on this tax relief and support the gentleman's amendment. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Chair thanks, gentlemen. On the question, chair recognizes the majority leader, gentleman from Montgomery, Representative Bradford.
Now, my good friend, the minority leader, he's often persuasive, but he missed my admonition where if you're going to cut taxes, you've got to either show the growth to offset it, or you've got to have the replacement tax. Now, our friend from Carbon, I think, saw the light, but my good friend, I don't think you did here. Now, you're going to blow up property tax relief. $500 million of property tax relief that we all unanimously voted for would be stripped out if we took this amendment right now. And my friend Carbon talked about those games that people play, that as a consequence, people got property tax 1 minute ago and got swiped away. Well, your property tax is about to get swiped away if the Kephart Amendment goes in. That's how quick it happened. Literally that quick, your property tax release you had 2 minutes ago is going to go away if you accept the Kephart Amendment. That is the God's honest truth of how quickly that sleight of hand went. Property tax now, great. Oh no, 2 more minutes, your property tax goes away, and then this gentleman just blew a hole in the budget that he has no ability to fill back in. Now that, my friends, is a full day. When we work in a bipartisan way, when not in a performative way, we have demonstrated on 7 occasions net operating loss reform, earned income tax reform. We have cut taxes for working people in a fiscally responsible way. Today in Pennsylvania, we have a $1 billion budget surplus because consumers are consuming and Pennsylvania is spending and our economy is working. And yet, this gentleman wants to propose blowing a massive hole in the budget and taking away the property tax we just passed 1 minute ago. Vote no on the Kephart Amendment.
Chair thanks the gentleman. Recognizes for the second time, gentleman from Clearfield, Representative Kephart.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Now, I know there's a lot of hyperbole over here and about deficits and everything, but I would mention that, you know, if you want to talk about deficits and so forth, we can just ask the IFO about the budget you just passed. Doesn't exactly balance, but, you know, Mr. Speaker, what this amendment does is the fact is it cuts taxes for the people that pay their bills in this Commonwealth. Again, you don't have to take my word for it. Just look at your Verizon bill, and it says right on there, PA gross receipts surcharge. I pay my bill every month, and that's what we have to pay. So, Mr. Speaker, if you pay your bills, you have a cell phone in this, and like I said, the gentleman from Philadelphia had the same bill last year. We all voted for it in this chamber on that one. So today we're going to vote against, or certain people are going to vote against, what the gentleman from Philadelphia proposed just a matter of months ago. So, Mr. Speaker, I'd ask for an affirmative vote if you want to cut taxes across the board. And the majority leader often goes on about the surplus that we have. Maybe we could pay with it, you know, tax cuts for everyday working people with the surplus.
Chair thanks the gentleman. On the question, Chair recognizes Majority Leader, gentleman from Montgomery, Representative Bradford.
Just for clarity and conclusion, the gentleman talks about someone suggesting about cutting the gross receipts tax. You just voted to cut property tax relief. You just voted, if you vote for this, for property tax relief. The simple reality is a minute ago you were for it. Now you have an amendment that cuts it out. That's the simple reality of how it works. Thank you, Speaker.
Chair thanks the gentleman. Those in favor of the amendment will vote aye. Those opposed, no. Members will proceed to vote. Have all the members voted? All the members voted. All the members voted. Good. Clerk will record the vote on the amendment. The ayes are 98, the nays 103. The amendment fails. Representative Lawrence offers amendment A03437. Will the House agree to the amendment? On that question, the chair recognizes the gentleman from Chester, Representative Lawrence.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the underlying bill levies a new tax on digital advertising. The bill taxes digital advertising unless that digital advertising appears on a digital interface owned or operated by a broadcast entity or a news media entity. Now, my amendment removes this exemption. There's at least two issues with the underlying bill that warrant the need for my amendment. The first is that it violates the uniformity clause regarding taxation in the Pennsylvania Constitution. But the second is that the bill defines a news media entity. So what is a news media entity under the bill? It's, quote, an entity primarily engaged in news gathering, reporting, or publishing articles or commentary on news, current events, culture, or other matters of public interest. So what does that mean? That language is very broad. It's pretty vague. So I think we can agree that the website for the Philadelphia Inquirer would be included. They would not be taxed under this bill. The Inquirer is an entity that's primarily engaged in news gathering. What about Al Jazeera? Well, ads displayed on that website would be exempt as well. What about TMZ? Well, that's exempt from the tax as well. That's commentary on culture under the definition. What about the Drudge Report? The definition certainly exempts the Drudge Report from the tax. It's an entity primarily engaged in publishing articles. Well, what about Facebook? We heard about the corporate fat cats earlier. What about Facebook? I don't think I would think of Facebook as a news media entity, but the definition on page 5 of this bill that my amendment would remove, page 5, lines 8 through 11, it says a website primarily engaged in publishing commentary on matters of public interest. That's pretty much Facebook's business model. So as this bill is drafted, as the underlying bill is drafted, Facebook is not subject to the tax. Now, what about a website run by a religious entity that has ads? Is that an entity primarily engaged in news gathering, reporting, publishing? Probably not. So would a digital ad on that website be taxable? Under the language in this bill, it seems the answer is yes. So under the language of the bill, Al Jazeera's website ads are not taxable, but ads appearing on a website that displays scriptural references would be. The poor definitions in this legislation are so broad that I really question who the proposed tax will affect. I'm not for new taxes as a rule, but I'm certainly not for new taxes imposed through statutory language that's so vague I can't tell who will and won't be taxed. That's why I offered this amendment. There should not be vague exceptions in the language that leave up in the air as to who the proposal will affect. With that being said, Mr. Speaker, I will withdraw this amendment at this time. Thank you.
Chair thanks the gentleman. It's the chair's understanding that all remaining amendments have been withdrawn. Chair thanks the gentleman. Those in favor of the amendment will vote aye. The House agree to the bill? Agreed to. Bill as amended will be reprinted. Chair recognizes Majority Leader who calls up House Bill 2468, printers number 3301 on page 1 of today's House calendar. Clerk will read a summary of the bill.
This bill provides for the Agricultural Innovation Grant Program.
Will the House agree to the bill? Representative Mostello offers Amendment A03163. Will the House agree to the amendment? On that question, the chair recognizes the gentlelady from Butler, Representative Mostello.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise to ask for your support for Amendment A03163. While supporting our farmers and agriculture industry is vitally important, as a legislature, it's also important to support transparency and fiscal responsibility. When the Agriculture Innovation Grant Program was created in a fiscal code amendment a couple years ago, language that would have created an oversight board in charge of awarding the grants was removed. Since then, many members have had questions and concerns about grant amounts, grant recipients, and the process for how those determinations were made. During the Department of Agriculture's budget hearing earlier this year, I asked about this process and wasn't given a satisfactory answer on who makes the grant decisions or how those determinations are made. My amendment would simply create an oversight board which would consist of legislative and executive appointees to ensure transparency, fairness, and fiscal responsibility for this grant program. By supporting this amendment, you are supporting our farmers and our taxpayers. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Chair thanks the gentlelady. On the question, Chair recognizes the gentleman from Philadelphia, the prime sponsor of the underlying legislation, Representative Kahn.
Thank you, Chair. I thank the good lady from Butler. This, unfortunately, is not an agreed-to amendment. I ask members to vote no on the amendment. Thank you.
Chair thanks the gentleman. Those in favor of the amendment will vote aye. Those opposed, no. Members will proceed to vote. Have all the members voted? Clerk will record the vote on the amendment. The ayes are 99, the nays 102. The amendment fails. Representative Lawrence offers Amendment A03411. Will the House agree to the amendment? On that question, the chair recognizes Representative Lawrence.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the underlying bill deals with Pennsylvania's Agriculture Innovation Fund, which helps farmers adopt new technology, best management practices, and sustainable innovations. Mushrooms are a significant cash crop here in Pennsylvania. Roughly half of all the mushrooms grown in the United States are grown in Pennsylvania. But we face an increasing challenge in dealing with phorid flies, an agricultural pest that creates production issues for mushroom growers and significant quality of life issues for nearby homeowners. A number of homeowners across southern Chester County face swarms of millions of phorid flies invading their homes. This issue has escalated in recent years after the federal government outlawed pesticides that previously kept the flies in check. In recent years, mushroom growers, the Pennsylvania Department of Agriculture, Penn State, have all worked together to find solutions to mitigate these flies with varying degrees of success. And while some of the research has shown promise, many homeowners continue to see dramatic impacts from flies in their homes. With this in mind, I offer Amendment A03411. This amendment would designate $3 million for remediation and innovation and research to address the phorid fly issue, including mitigation techniques and other strategies that can be used by commercial mushroom farmers here in the Commonwealth. The idea here is to fund broader implementation of strategies that have shown promise in phorid fly mitigation. This is a significant issue that faces a key cash crop here in the Commonwealth, and I would appreciate an affirmative vote. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Chair thanks the gentleman. On the question, Chair recognizes the gentleman from Philadelphia, Representative Kahn.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I appreciate the gentleman from Chester, but again, this is not an agreed-to amendment. I'm going to ask members to vote no. Thank you.
Chair thanks the gentleman. Those in favor of the amendment will vote aye. Those opposed, no. Members will proceed to vote. Have all the members voted? Have all the members voted? Clerk will record the vote on the amendment. The ayes are 100, the nays 101. The amendment fails. Representative Lawrence offers Amendment A03412. Will the House agree to the amendment? To understanding, gentleman withdraws. Representative Lawrence offers Amendment A03413. Will the House agree to the amendment on that question? The chair recognizes Representative Lawrence.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Colleagues, the amendment before the House provides dedicated funding for a pilot program to put whole milk served from Pennsylvania dairy farms into school cafeterias across the Commonwealth. The United States Congress recently repealed the prohibition on whole milk in schools, and this amendment that's before the House today accelerates the reintroduction of whole milk into schools across the Commonwealth. I encourage an affirmative vote in support of putting Pennsylvania whole milk into Pennsylvania schools for Pennsylvania students. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Chair thanks the gentleman. On the question, chair recognizes the gentleman from Philadelphia, Representative Kahn.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thanking the gentleman from Chester. Again, this is not an agreed to amendment. I'm going to ask members to vote no on this amendment. Thank you.
Chair thanks the gentleman. Those in favor of the amendment will vote aye. Those opposed, no. Members will proceed to vote. Have all the members voted? Have all the members voted? The clerk will record the vote on the amendment. The ayes are 100, the nays 101. The amendment fails. Will the House agree to the bill? Agreed to. Chair recognizes Majority Leader who calls up House Bill 916, printers number 3286 on page 2 of Supplemental Calendar B. Will the House agree to the bill? Agreed to. The clerk will read the title and a brief description of the bill.
This bill requires lead testing for children without cost sharing for patients.
This bill has been considered on 3 different days and agreed to. The question is, shall the bill pass finally? Agreeable to the provisions of the Constitution, the ayes and nays will now be taken. Members will proceed to vote. Have all the members voted? Have all the members voted? Have all the members voted? Clerk will record the vote on the final passage of the bill. The yeas are 157, the nays 44. The majority required by the Constitution having voted in the affirmative, the bill passes finally, and the clerk will present the same to the Senate for concurrence. Chair recognizes the Majority Leader who calls up House Bill 2109, printers number 3488 on page 4 of today's House calendar. Will the House agree to the bill? Agreed to. The clerk will read a title and a brief description of the bill.
This bill prevents arbitrary limits on unrelated roommates unless true health and safety standards apply.
This bill has been considered on 3 different days and agreed to. The question is, shall the bill pass finally? Agreeable to the provisions of the Constitution, the yeas and nays will now be taken. Members will proceed to vote. All the members voted. All the members voted. All the members voted. Have all the members voted? Clerk will record the vote on the final passage of the bill. The yeas are 123, the nays 78. The majority required by the Constitution having voted in the affirmative, the bill passes finally, and the clerk will present the same to the Senate for concurrence. Chair recognizes the majority leader who calls up House Bill 2145, printers number 3517 on page 1 of Supplemental Calendar B. Will the House agree to the bill? Agreed to. The clerk will read a title and a brief description of the bill.
This bill bans PFAS and certain consumer products.
This bill has been considered on 3 different days and agreed to. The question is, shall the bill pass finally? On that question, the chair recognizes the gentleman from Montgomery, Representative Scott.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Colleagues, I rise today to ask for your support of the health and wellness of Pennsylvanians across this Commonwealth. Everyone in this chamber is already well aware of the conversations about PFAS, toxic forever chemicals, and the crisis we face in their leaching into groundwater and drinking water. We heard about how communities exposed to PFAS in their water supplies or through neighboring military bases and airfields have higher rates of cancer, reproductive issues, developmental delays in children, and more. Thankfully, this chamber voted in a bipartisan fashion back in April to stop using PFAS-containing firefighting foams, which was a significant contributor to the contamination of community water supplies and a great risk to the emergency personnel exposed to them. But PFAS aren't only found in firefighting foams. They become pervasive in a wide range of consumer products, some of which come in contact with the most sensitive parts of our body. Products like cosmetics, dental floss, menstrual pads, and tampons, and a wide range of products for babies in their environment. All of these are known to contain PFAS. Every time someone puts makeup on their face, their lips, or their eyes, they're exposed to PFAS. Every time someone flosses their teeth, they're exposed to PFAS. every time my 10-month-old exposes her mouth to the crib bedding, or the handle of the stroller, or the car seat, or eats off the high chair tray, she's exposed to PFAS. And quite frankly, there's no reason for it. There are alternatives that manufacturers could use that don't raise the risk of cancer or reproductive harm, and a whole host of significant other issues. So today I ask for you to vote to protect our constituents, protect our babies, and finally eliminate these hazardous chemicals from our homes. Madam Speaker, I urge you to vote yes on House Bill 2145. Thank you.
Chair thanks the gentleman. On the question, the chair recognizes the gentlelady from Allegheny, Representative Mihalik.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Pacifiers, lipstick, dental floss, baby bassinet mattresses. What do these products have in common? These products are all designed to come in contact with the human body. And because they do, they should be safe. They should be free from toxins. They should not pass on chemicals to the person who comes into contact with them. Unfortunately, coming into contact with these products and so many others can endanger your health. Polyfluoroalkyl substances, also known as forever chemicals, or PFAS, can be found in products we use every day and are often sold as items to improve our health and advance our lives. PFAS have been linked to increased risk of various cancers, birth defects, liver and kidney disease, reduced immunity, and decreased birth weights. Many countries, including the European Union, Australia, Canada, Japan, have passed strong restrictions recognizing the healthcare savings when consumer exposure to forever chemicals is reduced. PFAS, known as the forever chemical, for a good reason, because it stays in your body literally forever. The reality in this country is that we are being bombarded every single day by a cocktail of chemicals that we did not consent to. In our air, in our water, in the foods that we eat, and in so many products that come into close contact with our bodies. We must fight back. We have to start somewhere, and I want to thank Representative Scott for getting us started. While this is a small change, there are industry advocates and special interest groups that would have you believe otherwise. While they tell us the science isn't there, their very own scientists are flooding the data pool with incomplete information. The science is there. Independent studies with the NIH, Stanford University, Yale University, the National Science Foundation, Michigan State, the University of Minnesota, the National Cancer Institute, Johns Hopkins, I could go on. You get the idea. The science is there. Look, it doesn't actually take a science background to believe that foreign chemicals floating around in our bodies until the day we die are harmless. And it doesn't end there. Moms are actually passing these chemicals onto their babies in the womb. House Bill 2145 is just the start. We have a lot of work to do to minimize our exposure to these chemicals. So today, I ask my colleagues to stand with the 13.1 million Pennsylvanians, that's every single one of us, that's every single one of our constituents, because we all are carrying PFAS around with us. So I am asking my colleagues today to stand with Pennsylvanians. Thank you.
Chair thanks, gentlelady. Agreeable to the provisions of the Constitution, the ayes and nays will now be taken. Members will proceed to vote. Have all the members voted?
Clerk will record the vote on final passage of the bill. The yeas are 188, the nays are 13. The majority required by the Constitution having voted in the affirmative, the bill passes the House finally, and the clerk will present the same to the Senate for concurrence. The chair recognizes the majority leader who calls up House Bill 2266, printers number 3330 on page 2 of Supplemental Calendar B. Will the House agree the bill is agreed to? The clerk will read the title and a brief description of the bill.
This bill increases PennDOT's annual highway transfer turnback program maintenance payment to municipalities from $4,000 per mile to $6,000 per mile.
This bill has been considered on 3 different days and agreed to. The question is, shall the bill pass the House finally? On that question, the chair recognizes the maker of the bill, the gentlelady from Chester County, Representative Schusterman.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I want to extend my appreciation to the Chair Nielsen and his staff for their work on this bill. The Highway Transfer Turnback Program enables our municipalities to better address the needs of the residents by allowing our communities to have more control over local traffic, parking, and road maintenance. I have heard from those engaged in the program that the current payback rate from PennDOT no longer covers the costs due to the significant rise in construction and material costs over the past several years. This rate has not been updated for 20 years. My legislation will increase the annual maintenance payment from $4,000 to $6,000 per mile for municipalities currently enrolled in the Turnback program. This will help address the local traffic and road maintenance issues. I urge my colleagues to join me in supporting improving our roadways for all that travel on them. I ask for a yes vote on House Bill 2266. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Chair thanks the maker of the bill. On that question, chair recognizes the gentleman from Bucks, Representative Brennan.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise in support of this legislation. I'm going to submit my comments for the record. Thank you.
Agreeable to the provisions of the Constitution, the yeas and nays will now be taken. Members will proceed to vote. Have all the members voted? Have all the members voted? Clerk will record the vote. On final passage of the bill, the yeas are 201, the nays are 0. Majority required by the Constitution having voted in the affirmative, the bill passes the House finally. The clerk will present the same to the Senate for concurrence. The chair recognizes the majority leader who calls up House Bill 2300, printers number 3518 on page 1 of Supplemental Calendar B. Will the House agree the bill is agreed to? The clerk will read the title and a brief description of the bill.
This bill authorizes required use of real-time sales and use tax software for significantly delinquent taxpayers.
This bill has been considered on 3 different days and agreed to. The question is, shall the bill pass the House finally? On that question, chair recognizes the maker of the bill, the gentlelady from Berks County, Representative Cepeda Freitas.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, today I rise in support of House Bill 2300. As a former small business owner, I understand that running a business is not easy. Sometimes businesses fall behind. Sometimes owners are overwhelmed, understaffed, or simply struggling to keep up with filing requirements while trying to survive. This bill is designed to help businesses get back on track and become sales tax compliant. House Bill 2300 creates a pathway for businesses with repeated filing issues or serious delinquency to receive structured support through an authorized service provider that can help them properly report and remit sales taxes moving forward. And importantly, this bill includes safeguards and flexibility. If a business resolves its unpaid tax liability within 60-day notice period, they are no longer required to participate. If the liability is under appeal, they are exempt, and the Commonwealth will cover the cost of the service provider during the first year. This is not about punishing small businesses. This is about preventing businesses from sinking deeper into financial trouble and helping them stabilize before the problem becomes even harder to fix. It is also about fairness, because the businesses trying to do the right thing every day deserve a system that supports compliance across the board. Sometimes people and businesses do not need another obstacle. They need structure, guidance, and an opportunity to reset. And that is what this bill aims to do. I respectfully ask for an affirmative vote on House Bill 2300. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Chair thanks the maker of the bill. Agreeable to the provisions of the Constitution, the yeas and nays will now be taken. Members will proceed to vote. Have all the members voted? Have all the members voted? Clerk will record the vote. On final passage of the bill, the yeas are 153, the nays are 48. Majority required by the Constitution having voted in the affirmative, the bill passes the House finally, and the clerk will present the same to the Senate for concurrence. The chair recognizes the Majority Leader who calls up House Bill 2391, printers number 3211 on page 4 of today's House calendar. Clerk will read a summary of the bill. Will the House agree the bill is agreed to? The clerk will read the title and a brief description of the bill.
This bill prohibits the use of prepayment penalties in certain lending situations.
This bill has been considered on 3 different days and agreed to. The question is, shall the bill pass the House finally? Agreeable to the provisions of the Constitution, the yeas and nays will now be granted. Members will proceed to vote. Have all the members voted? 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 Clerk will record the vote on final passage of the bill. The yeas are 117, the nays are 84. Majority required by the Constitution having voted in the affirmative, the bill passes the House finally, and the clerk will present the same to the Senate for concurrence. The chair recognizes the Majority Leader who calls up House Bill 2446, Printers number 3484 on page 5 of today's House calendar. Clerk will read a summary of the bill.
This bill establishes the Fire Company Transformational Grant Program.
Will the House agree the bill is agreed to? This bill's been considered on 3 different days and agreed to. The question is, shall the bill pass the House finally? On that question, the chair recognizes the maker of the bill, the gentleman from Luzerne, Representative Haddock.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise today to support House Bill 2446, modernizing fire companies through a transformational grant program. As we debated this bill on second, all speakers agreed that fire departments need help. So we all know too well in this chamber that fire companies across Pennsylvania are struggling to keep up with the demands of running a fire department. Several factors have led to this issue. In the year 2000, Pennsylvania had 60,000 firemen and women serving us. Today, 26 years later, we have 36,000 members. In 2000, the cost of a pumper was $300,000. Today is in excess of $1 million. And Madam Speaker, that is alarming. Pardon the pun. In 2000, the state of Pennsylvania started what we now call the Fire Commissioner Grant Program, which gives on average $15,000 to each department. While this program is good and it gives departments some help, it is a drop in the bucket when a department faces buying a new pumper, remodeling a fire station, or purchasing turnout gear. It is time this body thinks boldly about providing substantial grant opportunities for fire companies for the modern world. In line with the governor's leadership on this issue, we are here today voting on House Bill 2446, a proposal to establish a fire company transformational grant program administered through the Office of the State Fire Commissioner. This grant program will address the needs for real money that our fire departments need. It is not a Band-Aid approach. It is a real solution to real problems. With the smaller numbers of our firemen in their departments, we should all come to the realization that for them, raising $1 million for a truck is simply unrealistic. I have spoken with many departments throughout the 118th district, and they agree this bill is desperately needed for them to keep us safe and to keep their doors open. The goal of this bill is strengthening long-term capacity of fire companies across the Commonwealth. The program would provide funding to support major fire service needs, including equipment, facilities, personnel support, and collaboration amongst departments. By supporting the modernization and operational improvements, this program will help ensure that communities continue to receive the reliable firefighting service that they all need and deserve. Please join me in supporting House Bill 2446, modernizing fire companies through a transformational grant program. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The chair thanks the maker of the bill. On that question, chair recognizes the gentleman from Crawford, Representative Roy.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. 80 years, 8 decades. That's how long it's going to take for the last batch of 30 fire departments to get funded under this bill. If 30 fire departments a year get $1 million, there's 2,400 fire departments. 30 departments will get $1 million each this year, 30 other fire departments next year, 30 other departments the year after that, 30 the year after that, 30 the year after that. 80 years from now, that last group of 30 fire departments would get their $1 million. The price of a fire engine might go up in the next 80 years, so it probably wouldn't buy the whole thing. If one of those departments has a lead engine that's 20 years old, their lead engine is going to be 100 years old by the time this grant program gives them the money to buy a fire engine. It's a well-intended bill to give fire departments more money. I ran calls with our local fire department, the East Mead Volunteer Fire Department, for 25 years, and I appreciate how hard it is for fire departments. Firefighters spend as much time doing fundraising as they do training and putting out fires. But we need to fund all the fire departments, not just 30 a year. This legislation is really great for the 30 departments that might get $1 million each this year, and they can buy new fire engines. But what about the fire departments that have to wait 80 years for their turn? It's just not a workable bill, Madam Speaker. I had an amendment on second consideration that would have divided this money out through the Fire Commissioner Grant Program. All 2,400 fire departments would have benefited. Everyone. Under this bill, because my amendment failed, some fire departments will have to wait 80 years to see any money. I urge a no vote.
The chair thanks the good gentleman, the Minority Chair of State Government. Chair recognizes the gentleman from Indiana, Minority Chair of Appropriations, Representative Struzzi.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise, unfortunately, to oppose House Bill 2446 that would create a new grant program for fire companies. While I truly appreciate the intent of the bill and understand that we must do more to help our fire companies, particularly our volunteer fire companies, I myself attend every event I can to support the fire companies in my district. And I truly understand their needs and the valuable service that they provide our communities. But what you're not understanding is that as amended in appropriations and as written now, this bill takes $30 million from the Property Tax Relief Fund. I find it interesting, given the rigorous debate that we just had, that the majority party wants to take $30 million from the Property Tax Relief Fund to fund this new grant program. This is money that could directly help our senior citizens and our homeowners in Pennsylvania. Given that, I must oppose this bill, again stating I understand and I think we all understand the importance of funding our fire companies. But taking money from the Property Tax Relief Fund is not the way to do it. And we did try last week through Representative Lawrence's amendment to take that money from the Table Games Fund. But again, that amendment was summarily voted down by the majority party and instead opting to take $30 million from the Property Tax Relief Fund. Therefore, as it stands today, House Bill 2446 is not the answer to help our volunteer fire companies, and it is certainly not the answer to help our senior citizens and homeowners in Pennsylvania. I ask for a no vote. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Chair thanks the gentleman. Chair recognizes the good gentleman from Carmen, Minority Chair of Human Services, Representative Heffley.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. To echo the comments of the good chairman of the Appropriations Committee from Indiana County, yeah, $30 million we're taking from the Property Tax Relief Fund. If you vote for this, you are voting to take $30 million from the Property Tax Relief Fund. I got to say, everywhere I go, I hear about property taxes. It is a burden on senior citizens, on working class families. The taxes go up. It's an inequitable tax. We should be voting to eliminate property taxes, not raid the Property Tax Relief Fund. When just earlier we had a robust debate over trying to get more money for property tax relief. And now here we are, 20 minutes later, raiding the fund. Now I fully support, because I have all volunteer fire departments in the 122nd District, and those gentlemen and ladies do a phenomenal job at volunteering and training to keep our community safe. And they deserve better than a performative step like this, to raid $30 million over here, to move $30 million over here, but then only give it to 30 fire departments a year. That's not going to solve anybody's problem, but what it's going to do is it's going to deny property tax relief. We had amendments that could have fixed this, given it to all the fire departments in the Commonwealth, taking the funds out of, not taking the funds out of the property tax relief fund, but taking them out of other revenues. And we could still do that. We're in the middle of June. We got a budget debate coming up. Instead of raiding the property tax relief fund, we should be talking about how do we actually drive more dollars to our volunteer firefighters and our volunteer fire departments instead of taking money from senior citizens in property tax relief. Madam Speaker, I don't know if property taxes are an issue in your district, I don't see how you could vote for this bill. Let's go back to the drawing board. Let's make sure we're adequately funding our volunteer firefighters, but not doing it by raiding the property tax relief fund. Vote no on House Bill 2446. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Chair thanks the gentleman. Chair recognizes the gentleman from Berks, Representative Gillen, Minority Chair of Veterans Affairs.
Have wrestled with this issue in terms of funding our fire departments for some time. This past Sunday morning, my wife and youngest daughter and I were at the Geigertown Fire Department at a breakfast they have there on a regular basis. Our firefighters is working as hard as they can with their training and their fundraising, and certainly everyone in this room is committed to a robust approach to supporting our firefighters, EMS, and so on. And my good friend from Luzerne County is certainly an advocate, just as the rest of this chamber is. My concern echoes what has been expressed already about taking money that was mandated under Act 1 of 2006, Gaming Act, taking money out of the Property Tax Relief Reserve Fund, a very specially dedicated $150 million to guarantee that we could buttress property tax relief, though I would advocate for elimination in its entirety. This Relief Reserve Fund is a very important fund and was mandated under the original Gaming Act. A couple concerns that I have regards the lack of metrics. Some of my colleagues have spoke on this issue already. I have worked with the administration, spent time with them in my office in terms of sharpening this bill. I'm pretty confident that this particular product is not going to end up on the governor's desk, so I would recommend that we continue working on this and get a product that can pass both chambers and get to the governor's desk and procure his signature. So we're all looking for robust funding. I think we have to be very cautious about where that money comes from. And if we drain that fund, we not only will not have firefighters in uniform and on 21st century equipment, but if we drain our property tax relief reserve funds, then we also will not have property tax relief for our senior citizens and for our struggling families and an environment that we're all looking for more affordability. Thank you, Madam Chairman.
Chair thanks the gentleman. Chair recognizes the gentlelady from York, Representative Fink, on final passage of House Bill 2446.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise today to speak on House Bill 2446. I fully support our fire companies and first responders who risk their lives to protect our communities. They are heroes who deserve meaningful support. Unfortunately, this bill does not provide that support. it gives fire companies only a 1.5% chance of receiving the funds in question. This is no guarantee at all. The reality is, this bill is simply robbing Peter to pay Paul. This new grant would steal money from the property tax refund, which many of my constituents depend on. Property taxes remain a top concern in my district, and everywhere I go, constituents tell me how hard it is to keep up with the rising property tax bills. Since the majority party is not interested in bringing up my bill to eliminate school property taxes, I cannot support taking $30 million from the property tax rent rebate program to fund this proposal. The PTRR program is the only relief many of my constituents receive to offset their property tax burden. At the same time, Pennsylvania is facing a potential financial crisis, and His Excellency is once again proposing to spend more than we take in. Allowing this overspend would trigger significant tax increases on Pennsylvanians. We should not be stripping away the one form of tax relief they currently have, especially when higher taxes are on the horizon. For these reasons, I urge my colleagues to vote no on this bill. I suggest we start talking about real help for our firefighters and real reform on our property taxes. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Chair thanks the gentlelady. Chair recognizes the gentlelady from Delaware County, Representative O'Mara, on final passage of House Bill 2446.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise today in support of House Bill 2446 and also to share my perspective as someone who lives in a community that just recently passed an EIT because they need to figure out ways to support our fire companies. When you say you don't want to provide, you don't want to touch the property tax relief bill, I want you to understand that we are providing property tax relief by passing this bill because our municipalities are constantly raising property taxes to help support our local fire companies. We may not want to raise taxes in this building. That's something I've heard over and over and over again, but our fire companies are desperate for help. We had a hearing in my district a few months ago where we learned that the cost of engines, aerials, tankers, and rescues have grown anywhere from 24 to 56% in the last 3 years because of the impact private equity is having. If we don't help support our fire companies, it's going to come from our residents' wallets in other ways. This is really critical legislation, and they're coming to me asking for my support. There's no better way to support them than to send money to directly help provide relief. So I hope everyone can consider voting yes on House Bill 2446.
Chair thanks the gentlelady. Chair recognizes the gentlelady from Luzerne, Representative Pugh.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I wasn't sure I was going to speak today, but with all the conversations going on, the fire industry and the volunteers have been a part of my life since I was 16 years old. And they continue to be a part of my life and the backbone of our communities. I live in a community that has a fire tax to support our volunteer fire departments. That particular fire tax raises nowhere near the amount of money it takes to run the fire department. Nowhere near. Yet our communities are forced, and they must provide fire service inside of our communities to rescue our residents and to help our citizens. I supported this bill. I truly did. But the majority of our departments are small departments, 50 members or less. And when we couldn't get that through to guarantee that our smallest departments, who are working their fingers to the bone to protect our communities, would not be guaranteed a piece of this money, it made it very difficult for me to support, at this point, taking tax money away from our seniors. To protect our community is one thing, but unless we're going to guarantee that our smallest volunteer fire departments are going to get the vital money they need for their bunker gear, for their air packs, to the tune of $10,000 per firefighter. Some of them are using ones that are well past the expiration date. We have to stand up and protect our volunteer departments and the smallest departments that we have across this community. So unfortunately, on this bill, the way it sits, I'm going to have to be a no. Thank you.
Chair thanks the gentlelady. Chair recognizes the gentleman from York, Representative Jones, on final passage of House Bill 2446.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. See, this is the problem with grant programs. 173 of us in this chamber are going to have our constituents send their hard-earned tax money so that 30 of us can get a photo op handing off everybody else's tax dollars as if we did something to bring that to our district. Why in the world would you take money away from 2,370 fire departments to help 30? Not to mention the wasted administrative cost along the way. Makes no sense whatsoever. Keep the money in the communities. Let them decide how they want to tax or fundraise. We've got a big problem. Maybe if we really want to help them, we can get rid of some of this onerous regulatory and tax policy that's chasing our businesses out of the state who provide the tax dollars to fund these things in the first place. But this is just another, this epitomizes the trouble with grant money. Take money from all of the taxpayers and hand it out for a nice little photo op to a very, very small minority of those who are fortunate enough to receive it. Obviously, I'm a no on this terrible legislation. Thank you.
The chair thanks the gentleman. Chair recognizes the gentleman from Westmoreland, Representative Nelson, on final passage of House Bill 2446.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. We've heard a lot of debate on this issue today, and just earlier, we heard a lot of debate about property tax and ways to be able to help citizens, and yet here we go again. The prime sponsor from Luzerne and Lackawanna County, I believe he's well-intended, wanting to help the fire companies. But as one representative said, we're robbing Peter to pay Paul, right? Taking from the property tax relief fund and giving it to fire companies. You know, during the appropriations process, we often at times will quote the lyrical artist Jay-Z. And in Jay-Z's messaging, that's right, he says, look at what it does, not what it says, right? And in the message from Jay-Z, he said, what this bill does is take $30 million from seniors who need property tax relief and gives it to fire companies. Not that fire companies don't need help, but this chamber knows we are overspending an additional plus $2 billion in this budget. If we wanted a grant program to help only 30 fire companies out of our many, many thousands, we could use new money to do it. So friends, I urge you, don't take from our seniors. Keep that money where it was legislatively intended to go, and that was with property tax reform, helping seniors in the community. Let's use new money to help our fire companies buy new trucks. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Chair thanks the gentleman. The chair recognizes the good gentleman from Montgomery County, Majority Leader, Representative Bradford.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I don't know if some of the speakers previously are aware of this, but if you look at page H107 of last year's budget book, you will see emergency management, fire and emergency medical services grant, and then you'll see an appropriation in the millions. It comes out of the property tax rent relief fund. $150 million is required to be segregated in that account. There is currently over $2 billion after, by formula, we pay out the homestead, farmstead, and the base property tax rent relief assistance program. The interest in the money in that account, as the Senate leader often says, the coins in the cushion of government, is currently over $2 billion. That will generate over $60 million potentially in this year, with a minimum grant of $100,000, which will be appreciated by many of our volunteer fire companies. That isn't 30 fire companies, that's 300 fire companies. I would argue, if you're serious about helping our volunteer fire companies, we should use the interest on this fund to help them. We already do it. Let's expand that and help our volunteer fire companies. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The chair thanks the gentleman. Agreeable to the provisions of the Constitution, the yeas and nays will now be taken. Members will proceed to vote. Have all the members voted? Have all the members voted? Clerk will record the vote on final passage of the bill. The yeas are 105, the nays are 96. Majority required by the Constitution have been voted in the affirmative. The bill passes the House finally, and the clerk will present the same to the Senate for concurrence. The chair recognizes the Majority Leader, who calls up House Bill 2449, printers number 3262, on page 2 of Supplemental Calendar B. Will the House agree the bill is agreed to? The clerk will read the title and a brief description of the bill.
This bill authorizes the voluntary display of the Green Star Service banner on Commonwealth property during appropriate observances.
This bill has been considered on 3 different days and agreed to. The question is, shall the bill pass the House finally? On that question, Chair recognizes the maker of the bill, good gentlelady from Montgomery County, Representative Gens.
Dear Madam Speaker, can you hear me? Yes. Thank you. I believe this bill speaks for itself. The wounds of war do not end on the battlefield, and a veteran who dies by suicide has given his or her life in service to our nation. It is our duty to pause, reflect, and honor those veterans and their families. Please join me in voting for House Bill 2449. Thank you.
Chair thanks the maker of the bill. Agreeable to the provisions of the Constitution, the yeas and nays will now be taken. Members will proceed to vote. Have all the members voted? Have all the members voted? Clerk will record the vote. On final passage of the bill, the yeas are 201, the nays are 0. The majority required by the Constitution have been voted in the affirmative. The bill passes the House finally, and the clerk will return the same to the Senate for concurrence. Chair recognizes the Majority Leader, calls up House Bill 2469, printers number 3332, on page 2 of Supplemental Calendar B. Will the House agree the bill? It's agreed to. Clerk will read the title and a brief description of the bill.
This bill authorizes counties, the City of Philadelphia, and the City of Pittsburgh to use public-private partnerships for transportation projects.
This bill's been considered on 3 different days and agreed to. The question is, shall the bill pass the House finally? On that question, Chair recognizes the maker of the bill, the good gentlelady from Allegheny County, Representative Powell.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise today in support of HB 2469, which would allow all counties, as well as the City of Philadelphia and the beautiful City of Pittsburgh, to use public-private partnerships, also known as P3s. Through an already trusted and established process at PennDOT, P3s authorize and allow governments to coordinate with private entities for the engineering, construction, operation, financing, and maintenance of transportation projects and facilities. As a state with some of the oldest infrastructure in the country, repairs could be daunting for local governments. Partnering with private entities allows for these large-scale infrastructure projects to be delivered more efficiently and cost-effectively, ensuring that long-needed repairs, ranging from aging bridges, congested corridors, to major transit and roadway upgrades, can be completed on time and on budget. This bill simply expands the eligibility for this program, allowing for, again, all 67 counties, the City of Philadelphia, and the City of Pittsburgh to utilize this important and critical tool. Thank you to my colleagues for their consideration of this bill, and I urge a yes vote on HB 2469. Thank you.
Chair thanks the maker of the bill. Chair recognizes the gentleman from Allegheny, Representative Schaefer.
Madam Speaker, I rise in support of HB 2469. This bill would expand the ability that PennDOT currently has to enter into P3's public-private partnerships to include counties, the City of Philadelphia, and the City of Pittsburgh. The bill does not require P3s to be used. However, it allows counties to use a P3 if it will be beneficial. Our state faces significant needs in infrastructure investment, from roads and bridges to transit. Many other states, both red and blue, already allow wide use of P3s. This bill is an effective tool in certain situations to open the door to private sector ingenuity, new capital, and accountability at both the county and city level. I ask for a yes vote on this bill.
Chair thanks the gentleman. Agreeable to the provisions of the Constitution, the yeas and nays will now be taken. Members will proceed to vote. Have all the members voted? Have all the members voted? Clerk will record the vote on final passage of the bill. The yeas are 201, the nays are 0. Majority required by the Constitution have been voted in the affirmative. The bill passes the House finally, and the clerk will return the same to the Senate for concurrence. Colleagues, this afternoon, our colleague who serves his neighbors in Erie County, Representative Bizzarro, has a guest in the back of the House. This afternoon, PJ Manella from Representative Bizzarro's district office is here, along with their legislative summer interns. We are thrilled to welcome Claire Daigle, who attends Penn State Behrend in Erie, where she's studying economics. And we have Kenneth Mamoyer, who attends Westminster College, where he's studying political science. With these students and PJ from the good office that is beautifully decorated for Representative Bizzarro, please stand. Welcome to the floor of the House. Thanks for your hard work. Thanks for making the trip. The Majority Leader moves that the following bills be recommitted to the Committee on Appropriations. House Bill 37, House Bill 497, House Bill 8368, House Bill 1678, House Bill 2305, House Bill 2336, House Bill 2468. The Majority Leader moves that the following bills be recommitted that the bills be removed from the table calendar and be placed on the active calendar. House Bill 1262, House Bill 2049, House Bill 2084, House Bill 2252, House Bill 2337, House Bill 2427, House Bill 2429. For the information of the members, there will be no further votes. The chair is in receipt of a motion by the good gentleman from Erie, Representative Bizarro, that the House now adjourn until Tuesday, June the 9th, 2026 at 11 a.m., unless sooner recalled by the Speaker. The questions on the motion, those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it, and the House stands adjourned until Tuesday, June the 9th, 2026 at 11 a.m., unless sooner recalled by the Speaker.